Yes.
All right, this is session 83. Who would like to give a recap of the last session?
We entered a chamber, and there were some magical constructs of energy that were coming towards us, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
We fought them, and learned that they blew up upon dealing the final blow. I remember Zarius got hurt pretty badly. Somebody else got hurt very badly, I think. But after we fought and survived, there was a door on this other side of this library that was closed. Rather than open it, we Clave and T-Hole went up to Temple 1 to ask about it, because
so there was no other door. During the fight, Clave had linked his mind to one of the constructs, and he found out that the constructs were in the past. The last order they received was to kill all of the people in this room because all of them were suffering from some sort of plague.
Right, yeah. And
so, and he's also the one who figured out that they explode even before you actually saw one explode yourselves. So Clave was very concerned that you were all sucking in the plague. So he asked everyone to back out of the room and close the doors again. There were across the hall in this lab on either side, there were stairwells going up on both sides of the room. That's where the constructs came from, but the only doors you saw were the ones you came through in the first place.
Gotcha. Okay. I forgot that we entered that room, then backed out.
Right.
Yeah.
And then Clave and T-Hole, I think. Was it Clave and T-Hole or Clave and Aurelia went to talk to Temple 1?
I thought it was T-Hole because he has that ability to speak all languages.
Yeah, and those constructs, if you got close enough, absorbed the spells, right?
They could
spell absorption. Yeah,
they could, as a reaction, absorb spells.
Yeah, at a certain distance.
Right. And then Temple 1 lied to the two of you, seemingly just trying to get you to go back in there and restore the power to this temple that he's otherwise stuck in. And then when you did go back down, he sealed the entrance behind you, so there was no trace of the doorway that you came through to get into the mountain. And then he announced over a magical speaker system that he had done so, but that he'd happily let you out once you have restored power. So you were sitting on the steps outside the lab with the door closed again, wondering whether or not you've picked up the plague.
Well, in the interim as well, Zarius and Aurelia were examining the bodies and also made some discoveries with everybody seemingly been killed by the Arcana golems, but then also that their bones indicated that there was something boring through them and possibly coming or bursting out.
Yep.
And then there was some discussion, and then Constitution saves were rolled, and Clave rolled a natural 1, and I'm sure that's not going to come back to bite his ass at all.
Yeah, so Clave basically has AIDS.
Magic space AIDS.
So right now you are sitting in the extremely hot, about 120 degrees room with the hot water sort of lapping at your feet. So far as you know, there's probably ways for you to get out magically. Like you couldn't, you're 100% sure you couldn't dimension door where you are now and get out of the mountain, just because you traveled down 2+ miles. So there's probably no exit within 500 feet that you could easily find. But if you went like back up to the top of the mountain, it should be an easy matter to dimension door out. The only thing you don't know is whether or not there are wards on the mountain that prevent that.
And we haven't long rested.
No,
you
we're
have not.
still,
Okay, all right. That's what I thought. Let's double check.
Yeah, you short rested after you fought the dragon.
Yeah.
yeah, I'm still have a few spell slots, but nothing really helpful.
Yeah.
Right. And actually Zarius probably will need to go back to the temple anyway, because that's where I believe he left his dragonborn mummy.
Yes, his friend who he's bringing back.
Well, I could use a bit of a breather before we
Alright,
make
well.
any more decision. Before we choose whether to try to escape the mountain or
I mean, we really shouldn't
take on
escape,
Temple One.
and we shouldn't escape before we know what we've exposed ourselves to. I mean, it's entirely possible that whatever this is the catastrophe that led to the downfall of the Itaran Empire. So I'm not really comfortable exposing the rest of the world to this.
I think the best way to find that out would probably be to open those doors and see if there are any texts or research that was done that are any as this on the effects of this during their time, exposing us to even more of this stuff if we haven't been infected already. But we could try
Not a whole lot of
climbing.
great choices.
Like there are stairs going up, and that's where the constructs came out of. Does it look? Can we tell like from like down where we're at, like what might is it just like keep going, or does there appear to be like bookshelves along the way, or?
So there are bookshelves on the edges of the room, on the two walls. They end before they get to the stairway. Beyond the stairways on either side, it just appeared to be darkened hallways. It wasn't clear. You never really left the center of the room, so you're not sure if there's a turn or how long those hallways are.
Well, maybe we can explore and see if there's, before opening those doors, see if there's anything up there.
So again, the only door you've closed the doors, so that you're outside the room again, and these doors are the only doors you've seen.
Yeah, I mean, like going up instead of going up the stairs instead of opening the doors that we've already closed.
Right, but the stairs on the other side of the door you've closed.
Oh, gotcha.
So the stairs are in the laboratory room that you were just fighting in.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah, there are
So-
stairs behind us, but those go down into the water.
Right.
Yeah, I was thinking that there was all right. I had the mental picture wrong. So I thought there was a room on the other side of where we were fighting that we went in.
No,
And then-
you just backed out of the room you were fighting in and closed the doors
Yeah.
again.
Okay.
I mean, there's also the waters around you that you haven't explored. Although
Yeah,
I will save you time to say that there's actually, I mean, you could find out how the water's escaping this room. But other than that, there's not that much in the water. There's a puzzle to open the doors if you didn't knock through them, but other than that,
Yeah, so Clave is just kind of going through mentally all the options, and he just kind of mutters under his breath, "Fuck." All right, well, we can't just, we need more information. We've already potentially been exposed. So the only option that I see is moving forward and trying to see what might be contained within the library and within the lab.
I agree, but not without a short rest.
All right.
And T-Hole,
I'm not opposed to resting.
Teal's gonna sit with his feet in the water, and is the water like scalding hot, like it was?
It's 120 degrees. If you sit with your feet in the water, it'll be uncomfortably hot against your skin. And if you leave them in there, it will burn you. It'll just take some time.
Well, he will use the opportunity to stick his feet in the water and cleanse them with the heat for a short time, and then just sit and watch this, and then maybe this light symbol, presumably that we could see.
Right. You could see two sigils in the water. One is just further away. They're about 20, 25 feet down.
And I'm going to spend, let's see. One, 2, 3. 23. Actually, I'll spend 3 more. Another 19. That's pretty good.
Aurelius, are you going to use Song of Rest?
Yes. Yeah, that. Let me double check on it.
Does Song of Rest only benefit you if you spend hit dice?
Pretty sure it
believe
does.
so.
Okay.
Song of Rest.
I'll spend 1 hit dice.
Yeah, I will do
Gosh.
perform Song of Rest since that doesn't.
And then is it your Bardic Inspiration or?
Yeah, Song of Rest is a D10.
Okay.
We're 13th level, right? Yeah.
Yep.
We get an additional 9, not bad.
Awesome. Well, it feels kind of nice to temporarily not be concerned about the Empire hunting us.
Yeah.
I doubt they even know we're here. Or at least care enough to go in.
I guess one could take comfort in that.
I'm sure Zarius would add, I believe the Empire was only hunting you.
Like I said, hunting us.
I mean,
They-
we still have a potential terrible disease or curse that we are potentially inflicted upon and could potentially risk in reintroducing it to the world, but sure, Empire momentarily losing your track. Good on you, I guess.
Axios, you need to take wins when you can get them.
You call this a win? I mean, I suppose a win in the sense that we're currently still breathing.
Like I said, take the wins when you can get them.
Besides, T-Hole may be immune. We don't know yet. T-Hole might survive.
That brings Clave so much joy. His heart is all aflutter. At least T-Hole. All right, well,
Well,
are you ready? Shall we begin with this work?
What are we doing?
Trying to find something in the library in the lab that might help us.
we need to have some sort of, if we can, have some sort of understanding of what we might have contracted. Also, I'm curious why Temple One is so bent on and solely focused on getting this place up and running. So
Well-
if there is additional resources or logs or journals from that time, it'd be interesting to understand a little bit more about his motives.
Temple One appears to be a creation of the Itarans. And so it's probably the sole purpose of his functioning if he's been around overseeing these ruins for the last 15 or so 100 years. He might not have any other goals or concerns. Aurelia, you've been quiet. What are your thoughts with everything?
I don't know. I mean, I guess that's the only our only answers in that lab. I guess we're gonna have to find something. I mean, we could just rest here and then, go back in there.
Well, we are resting. Do you mean like make camp here?
Yeah.
I don't. Does Aurelia look beat up?
No. It's hot.
Well,
I know Lehman's has air conditioning.
I have no particular need to stay here any longer. I'm feeling a little restless.
I forgot Goth Aurelia. Her eye makeup may be all messed up.
I guess we'll just go in then, find out what, we'll have a look around.
You know, you do raise a good point, Aurelia. We, I wait. Can Aurelia? Can you cast Leomund's tiny hut?
Yep.
Okay. So can Clave. So, yeah. I mean, that might. I mean, we're not in any rush. We're not going to get any less infected sitting here.
I mean, at least those that may have not critically failed it.
Yeah, in fact, Aurelia may want you to set up your own tiny hut.
Yeah, exactly.
It's tiny quarantine.
There are 2 huts.
So yeah, Clave would be down with that, and fine with making his own hut if necessary.
Nobody knows you critically failed.
No, but yeah, does well, I guess everything's just happening so quickly.
I mean, not even Clave really knows that he critically failed because you don't feel any different.
Right. Yeah. All right. So let's get to resting then. Thank you for your song of rest, Aurelia, but can you make it a song of sleep?
I will say, when you critically failed, it did occur to me to do like a last crusade. You just begin to like turn into dust right there.
I would have been okay with it.
Well, that's fine with me. I can. This water is hot enough to make tea with. Eve a little lukewarm.
You're gonna drink the water?
You're going to learn, Axios, just not to ask a lot of questions and just let T-Hole do what he wants.
Yeah, fine. That makes a whole lot of sense, actually.
So yeah, Teal's gonna start preparing some lukewarm tea, and with this 120-degree water.
Okay.
And do a couple like a smell test, and then like if the smell test passes, then a taste test.
The water doesn't necessarily seem as though it's polluted. It's not exactly clean. Like there's grit in it.
Gotcha.
But it seems sort of reasonably free of like moss or mold or algae or anything like that.
Yeah, I think he'd go for it. He's got purity of body. He would know that he would push out any toxins. Or at least he believes his body would push out any toxins. So yeah. And I'll use the opportunity to read the portents.
Okay.
Let's see, it's a DC 15 wisdom check. Oh wait, no, not a wisdom save, a wisdom check.
Would that be
But
worse?
No, it'd be the same. I don't have proficiency, so yeah, I do not read the portents.
So how are you checking the portents? Like, what sort of augury are you doing?
Tea
mean-
reading.
That makes sense.
Yeah, so I'd pull out my leaves and I would like crush them in my palm and like sprinkle them into this silty water, and knock it back slowly because of the silt. But then be at the bottom, I'd have this mix of leaves and silt, and presumably the silt that has been left at the bottom has muddied, quite literally, my ability to read the portents.
So Teal is drinking this muddy water. Is anybody else doing anything during this rest? And who's casting Tiny Hut?
Do you need to use a spell slot to do it, Aurelia, or can you do it ritually?
It says there's an R next to it. Does that mean I need a spell slot or no?
No, you just take an extra 10 minutes to cast it.
Okay.
So 11 minutes. So you immediately feel there is a massive difference between the temperature of the air inside the hut and outside the hut. In fact, it probably almost feels cold because you've been sweating profusely, and now you're standing in reasonably room temperature air.
Yep.
It just occurred to me that the 10-minute casting time it takes to ritually cast Leoman's Tiny Hut is like exactly equivalent of like the 10 minutes it takes to actually set up a tent. So like maybe when you're ritually casting it, you're like putting up like the magical like tent poles, and like one of them breaks and you have to like fix it.
So Zarius is particularly happy to get his rest, but the 8 hours passes.
There's a lot of
Other
black
than-
drapes and those like neon posters that glow with black lights and all kinds of stuff like that.
So you get to rest. There is a waterfall that's pouring into this room, so there's some white noise to help you sleep.
Oh, even better.
And all my
Wake-
spells prepared.
T-hole awake, nice. That looks like it belongs in an arcade. T-hole will get up and stretch the legs and start doing some calisthenics. Waiting for everybody else to get up. If you get up too early, you'll see the lower half of T-hole exposed, as you normally do in the mornings,
Oh boy.
as he steps in and clean himself in this nice water.
In response to seeing that, Clave's eyes turn like a cat's eyes, and he grows fangs, and he goes, since everyone knows he's a changeling, he now use changeling expressions.
Don't be so crass. Just
Uh,
cleaning while we have some time, and fresh water. Well, not really fresh, but
Fresh.
at least running.
It's moving, right?
Clave just ignores that and he takes a bit of glass grass and lights it, takes a puff, and then as he blows out the smoke, he begins manipulating it, and it covers his chest in a kind of shape like a breastplate, and then it slowly fades as he does his daily casting of mage armor.
Aurelia, you ready?
Oh, we going now?
There is no time like the present.
Oh, I haven't gotten my requisite 12 hours, but I guess it's okay. All right.
So Teal will like walk up to the door and like kind of like wait until everyone else is kind of ready to breach the precipice.
I kind of think T-Hole's forgotten to put on his pants and he's just standing there. You sure you're ready?
Oh shoot. You're right. Well, I forgot. Oh, silly me. Better put my trousers on.
Yeah.
Teal sleeps in like a halter t-shirt and nothing else.
So then he's now he's ready.
So
does the tiny hut just get dispelled? Does it ends after 8 hours or something?
Yes, or it ends if
Okay.
you leave it.
Okay. I'm sure as soon as we walk out, it disappears because like we're right up to the 8 hours.
So once everyone's ready, and Teal gets like the go ahead, he'll just like throw open the door.
And when you throw open the door, I think as soon as the hut goes down, you're assaulted with the heat again. Although you were just in the water, so maybe maybe you don't feel it as much. But when you open the door, more cool air comes out of the laboratory and into your face.
I was just thinking, I hope those stupid golems don't regenerate.
yes, that is let's hope not, and let's hope we have encountered the last of them. So Clave will walk in.
Shall we explore up the stairs to see if there's any sort of reading room or other entrance? Or
why don't you do that? I'm going to look around this lab to see if there's anything that might be helpful in terms of learning about our current situation and this potential curse or plague.
very well.
Just yell or something, T-Hole, if you run into anything.
What is Aurelia doing during this?
I'm gonna hang out with Clave and kind of just look around the room.
Okay,
You want to
so
give me advantage on my investigation check if one should be made?
I could do that.
it will require you doing some reading or investigating.
Or are you gonna give me advantage?
I have a +10.
Okay, I'm gonna help you then.
So what is it? What are you checking?
First I'll be, so is it just, are there bookshelves or are there just these tables?
So there are the tables, some of which were consumed or exploded by the Arcana golems. So some of the materials that were on them are gone, but a number of the tables still have things on them. And then over on the sides of the room, these are bookcases.
Okay. And I'm just gonna assume they're in languages that I don't understand, so I'm gonna ritually cast comprehend languages. And then I'll first peruse the stacks to see if there are any books that seem relevant. And then after that, I would begin looking at the various notes on the different lab tables.
Okay, so these bookcases, I mean, there are probably about 1,200 books in this room. So it will take a while to even just sort of quickly peruse all the titles.
Mhm.
So let's go to T-Hole first, since it won't take him nearly so long to walk across the room.
Yep. Teal is gonna walk across the room towards the staircases, like one of the sides that go up.
Right. So there's on the far left and far right of the room, there are these staircases. Which one are you going to?
The left.
Okay. So feel free to move your token over there.
Oh, sorry. I didn't realize that you opened it. Let's see. So yeah, I'll go up.
So as you get to the top of the stairs, you realize that this hallway essentially is just a dead end. And then there's an immediate turn to the right. And beyond that, well, first of all, make me a con save.
My favorite. You know,
Do
I'm gonna
you-
use an action point. Oh,
Do you want to use another action point?
you know what? Go big or go home.
Okay, roll me a D100.
$57.
So as you get to the top of the stairs, you see that the hallway turns off to the right. You can also see there is a faint glow, a multicolored rainbow glow hitting the wall. But also as you get there, everything seems to go a little bit dark and your vision blurs. And you begin to hear the sound of footsteps, but they don't seem to be coming from any particular direction. They seem to be coming from all around you. And when you take the next step forward, there is an enormous burst of force coming from your own footstep. And you take 10 points of damage, bludgeoning damage, and make a dexterity save.
Did you kick your own ass?
The 10 points of what damage?
Bludgeoning.
All right. And then dex save.
So it almost knocks you off your feet, but you're able to not fall over prone.
Whoa!
And you all hear you feel the entire room shake when T-Hole goes up the stairs. And you hear almost like an explosion coming from his direction. Though you can see him and he appears to be fine.
We can see him from where he is.
That's true. No, you can't because the stairway has walls that would block your view. But if you
Yeah.
run over in that direction, you would see he looks to be fine.
Yeah, Clay would definitely run over to see what's going on. T-Hole, are you okay? What's going on?
Yeah, I'm fine. There's something up here. There's a green glow, and I took a step and there was like an explosion.
Clay backs up a little bit. What's up there?
It's more of a rainbow glow. When you rounded the corner, when you put your token down, you saw there's a room with a green floor, but the glow is more of a rainbow thing hitting the walls.
Oh, okay. Yeah, actually, it's a rainbow glow. I heard a bunch of footsteps, but I didn't see anything. And then all of a sudden, the next step I took, and that's how I still have my foot. Anyways,
Is it more of those golems?
I don't see anything, but be on your guard. And T-Hole's gonna summon his arms and his visage, just in case more golems come out.
Okay.
What kind of place is this?
You notice, by the way, both of your feet feel incredibly heavy. You can move them, like you're pretty sure you can move them, but they feel very much more massive than you would have otherwise expected.
Did I notice these bodies?
There are bodies scattered throughout the lab, so
Oh,
they seem to be sort of similar. Oh, I'm sorry.
So
You've moved on. Where is your token now? Or is it just the screens are different? So yeah, so you are at the moment still back at the top of the stairs.
yeah. So with arms and visage, with arms and visage active, I think I'd start like slowly trying to walk towards, 1 foot at a time to see if maybe I can like walk off this heavy feeling.
Okay, so make me a dexterity check. You very gingerly bring your other foot forward and set it down. And you feel the barest hint of a tremor. But you guys, Clave, where you are, you don't feel it. You can hear a rumble as he puts his foot down.
Okay.
Looking at my foot, does it look like did I see any any explosion or flash or?
No, you didn't see anything like that. But given that you sort of felt the stone shake beneath your foot as you stepped down, you knew if you hadn't done it gingerly, it probably would have had the same effect, causing you damage and blowing you off your feet, potentially blowing you off your feet at least.
All right, I'm coming down. And then I'll turn around and like start trying to walk down the stairs.
So since you've done this successfully once before, you again gingerly take a step. You have now sort of mastered stepping without blowing yourself off your feet, but the entire way down the steps, the effect doesn't seem to be going away. So you are at the moment reduced to moving at half speed if you don't want this effect to occur. And as you get closer to Clave, Clave can feel the floor shaking as you're stepping forward.
T-Hole, what have you done?
I have done nothing. I walked up the stairs. Do you feel something?
Yeah, every time you step is like a little earthquake.
Oh,
I mean, he looks like he's put on some weight.
oh man.
What
Oh,
what happened?
I must have unknowingly stumbled upon some trap. Well, I was hoping it was just the upper upper the section above on the stairs that was like this, but it seems not. Seems that it's something that I'm bringing with me. So
What are you bringing with you? What do you mean?
I mean, isn't the ground shaking?
Do you feel any different? Is there something going on in you?
My feet feel like lead weights. I'm able to move them, but with great energy or great energy cost.
I'd like to ritually cast detect magic and look at his feet.
You see, you see that his entire body is, covered in some sort of transmutation magic, but it is particularly focused around his feet, where his feet are almost blinding, giving off a blinding level of radiance when you cast this spell. The whole room is detecting sort of faintly of transmutation magic, but you gather it's a very different effect. The transmutation magic on the room probably is what is reducing the temperature to something reasonable and keeping the air dry. Although you could see that is sort of fading out the door since the door is still open. His feet, however, are a completely different effect. And make me an Arcana check.
Shit.
Yeah, and there's nothing else you can tell.
Okay. All right. All right. Clave is gonna just decide to himself. And then he's going to cast Mislead to create an illusory version of himself
Mhm.
and have and see through the illusory version self and start moving up the stairs to see what's going on.
Just reading the spell real quick. Okay, so just in case, roll me a roll me a D100. Okay, so it makes it up the stairs. You can see there is this you wouldn't necessarily think of it as a rainbow pattern given that you're an arcane caster, but you can see it is like prismatic spray dancing along the walls in all of its colors. And the hallway essentially turns off to the right and then ascends another flight of stairs where this glow seems to be coming from.
Okay,
You
so
then see, once your illusion rounds the corner, you could see there is a green floor in the room above and a giant orb of magical energy that is sort of vaguely prismatically colored. But the center of it is dark, and it definitely looks as if the magic has been somehow fouled.
All right. So I'm gonna have the illusory version of me continue to approach and kind of examine.
As you get to about so there are all these bodies on the floor.
Mhm.
Just to the north of this ball of magic that's hovering in the air, you can see that there is just a pile of what looks like bloody flesh. Most of the other things are skeletons, and they seem to be sort of long decayed. This blood looks relatively fresh. And it's not bones. It is just a pile of skin that looks like it's been flayed off of a body in place. The bones seem to be gone.
Okay.
Oh, and I should
So
have said, now that you're close, in the center of the sphere, just below it, like laying underneath this flying sphere of magic, there do seem to be a set of bones underneath the globe.
okay. So I'm gonna have the illusory version of me first go over to this. And I'm gonna try and take in every detail that I can using my keen mind feat so that I can accurately describe it to Zarius.
Mhm.
And let me see something. I also am proficient in medicine, so maybe if I can see anything that I might be able to tell.
Sure. And what's your passive perception?
Passive perception is an 11.
Okay. So make me a medicine check. So you can't really tell much more than what you've already seen.
Okay. And then with this swirling vortex, I'm gonna have the illusory version kind of approach it and just kind of reach out and see if that magic interferes with the magic of my illusion.
Let's see. No, it seems as if your illusion is fine.
Okay. So then I'm gonna have the illusion pass through the barrier then and begin trying to examine the source.
So you don't really see an obvious source.
Okay. Inside, does the perspective or does any of the sensory stimuli change? Knowing that I can only see and hear out of it, so I can't feel or there's no tactile sensation or anything.
Right. You do see sort of glimpses of, now that you're inside of it, occasionally what look like stars, some of them like normal, some of them almost like a negative image of stars. But other than that, you don't see anything unusual. It is pretty dark in the center, though, which makes it almost impossible to see what's going on in the very center of the sphere. All
Okay.
of the bright multicolored lights seem to be flying at the surface of the sphere only.
All right. And nothing gets clarified if I approach closer to the center.
No, in fact, it gets darker
Okay.
and harder to see.
Okay. All right. I'm gonna have the illusory version of me come out then and just check around to see if there's anything else noticeable about the area or if there's any other doors or anything that looks like it could be an opening or portal or passage.
So make me an Arcana check. So I'm not sure to what extent Clave would have experienced this before, but you're pretty certain that what this ball of energy in front of you is probably a gateway to the astral plane. Or at least whether or not, like, you didn't see that there was like a formal gate that things could pass through inside, but that probably explains why you were seeing stars within it. But you've never heard of one that was dark on the inside. So the sense that you were getting that this is somehow fouled magic is borne out by that. You would normally expect something like this to be just a pure spray of prismatic colors.
Okay.
And you could surmise this might be the energy source that is no longer flowing.
Okay. So this is the disruption likely that is leading to the teleportation circles not functioning.
Right.
Okay. And then also, I know Temple 1 last time had mentioned the possibility of the Itaran researcher whose name escapes me may have transported himself to the astral plane to give himself some more time in order to address whatever it is. So would it be, given Clave's intelligence and everything, would there be any connection between that and the effects of whatever curse or plague might have been affecting that individual?
So there could be some connection between him traveling to the astral plane and this plague. You don't necessarily know what it would be.
And then with the floor, is it painted green or is this some form of energy as well?
No, this is you've never seen a stone like this before, but it is a green stone.
Okay. All right. So I'm gonna just to make sure that there's nothing, because I can see that it goes around. So Clay would just kind of have it go around this way, just to make sure there's nothing else. No, are there any doors or anything on any of these walls here? Were there any
No,
on the other side?
no, there doesn't appear to be any other way out. This just leads to that central room.
Okay. So I'd bring Clave back around to everybody. And I would, I'd relay what I saw. So there seems to be there's a vortex of energy up there, placed upon some kind of green stone that I've never seen before. It seems like it could be related to traveling the astral plane, but there's something wrong about it. And then I know Tony's not here, but Clave would also relay what he saw with the flayed sack of flesh.
Can we
So
dispel the floor?
I don't know if the floor is what needs to be dispelled, but whatever this vortex is seems to be the source of the disruption to the teleportation circles.
you would also know that if this is a gate to the astral plane, it's pretty fearsome magic that it is open after 2,000 years. Like, the gate spell would be open for up to a minute.
Yeah. So if Aurelia wanted to dispel it, she'd need another natural 20 like she got with the 9th level disintegrate.
I guess I was thinking that they were two separate things. That the floor and the gate were two different things.
Well, I
So,
mean, they
like-
could be related, but I mean, they're because it's right. The origin of the vortex seems to be in the middle of the circle of stone. So it's probable that they're in some way related, but it's just not obvious what the relationship is.
I'm no wizard, but maybe the reason this has been open for so long is because of this stone. It might be conducive to keeping such a spell active.
Yes, but it's also then equally important that it remains intact, because who knows what kind of onslaught of energy might be released otherwise.
I have no idea. As T-Hole starts walking forward, and the ground rumbling with each step he takes.
So after about a minute, the ground stops rumbling as you walk. So
I look at T-Hole and see if he's disappointed now.
You do catch an error. You do catch an error of disappointment when he realizes what's happening. Although he does enjoy like not having his feet weigh feel like lead weights. Do you think that in order to, well, Teal like walk up to this thing, not like outside. He'll like out. Would he? I guess if he tried moving, like taking a step forward towards
mean-
like this.
you mean you're going towards the room with the ball of energy?
Yeah.
Hold up a second. Damn it.
Because that just remind you, that was an illusion of Clave that went up and around.
Yeah.
I mean, Teal wouldn't have known that. Because like the Clave's illusion is supposed to look like Clave.
Right.
Yeah, but you would have seen him cast the spell. And when it was cast, at the same time that Clave disappeared, it would almost look like he just suddenly like glitched out and appeared like 5 feet next to himself.
Oh, I see.
Are you going back up there, T-Hole?
You've also seen him cast a spell before, when we were approaching the army outside of
Luciano.
Luciano.
Well, I was thinking about it, but maybe I'm not up to snuff to deal with this energy.
Well, somebody has to physically go up there in order to do something. I can't cast spells through this illusory version of myself.
So
what's Aurelia doing?
Well, I was going to do something for T-Hole, but if he's not going up there. I was going to cast Bless on him, but I don't know what good. I mean, that might help him out for a couple things, but
Cast Bless on him and give him inspiration.
Yeah, but what's he gonna do though? First.
Touch it.
Yeah, I mean, try to grab it.
You
Tino, I
Axius.
dare you to go lick it.
He would. His tongue gets stuck it's stuck to the side of it. I didn't know it was solid. Axius, you said this thing appeared to have some connection to the astral plane.
Yeah, but there's something wrong about it. I can't put my finger on what, but something about it is corrupted. I mean, Temple One said that the person whose lab this was may have traveled to the astral plane because time works differently in order to give themselves more time to figure out whatever it is that they were doing to try and deal with the plague. Or I mean, it could be a number of things, and the corruption or the wrongness of the magic could be because some link to some way to the curse or the plague. I mean, that would also make sense if the Itarans were powerful wizards and users of magic. The most devastating thing you could do to them would be to make their magic unreliable. And so
It doesn't make sense. Well, what if the best way to cleanse it was from the inside?
well, we would need to be able to get close to it. And we saw what happened when you got close to it.
Now he's wiser.
I'm willing to try again. I did learn how to step after a few tries.
Okay.
I will add, since you've described to Zarius what you saw up there, in particular the flayed skin, Zarius has he doesn't know what to make of it, but from the way you describe it, he's not sure exactly why the skin would have detached from the skeleton, but from the coloration of it and the fact that it had sloughed off the skeleton at all, he does seem to think that it may be like, and this means nothing to Clave, but Aurelia and T-Hole would know the reference. It does strike him as being potentially similar to what happened to Malachar. Like, what happened if Malachar just tore the skin off of his bones? The flesh would probably have a very similar look to it to the flesh you saw up there.
Maybe this thing has something to do with the void.
Maybe this is a portal to the void, and it's not corrupted at all. It's just going somewhere else.
Would you guys have ever talked about Malachar or mentioned him to Clave and the time that you had in the void at Malachar's Keep?
I mean, they definitely talked about the void somewhat when you were on your glass island for a few days.
You know, I would think that we wouldn't have like recounted the entire like history. Like,
yeah, and I don't know whether or not you would have talked about Malachar's illness. But just for everybody's recollection, this is what Malachar
Oh.
looked like when you took him out of his hood. Without the porno bass line in the background.
Yeah.
Or maybe with it. I don't know what you're into.
I would think that T-Hole would have, at least T-Hole would have like mentioned stories like around, you know, at night, like around campfires and stuff.
Yeah, I mean, so Zarius would explain it to you now that Malachar
Yeah.
seemingly contracted some kind of disease that was the result of a curse that some guy put on him because he had the hots for this woman who was there. And he wanted her to be like leader of this order. And it was all very mammalian mating ritual stuff.
Right. Stupid mammals. So that would make Clave wonder then, you know, especially if you describe Malakar's keep and the type of arcane engineering that would be needed to make something like that. He would wonder, was Malachar perhaps related to these Itarans or using their, had access to their magic?
He wasn't from our world. So,
Okay.
I mean, if the Itarans span and have traveled worlds, then, or they were once emissaries or once called his world their home, then perhaps. But
Well,
And Zarius would add, and it seemed like there were multiple versions of the same people across different worlds. Different worlds had more than Canaans, I remember got mentioned. So maybe the Itarans have their analogs on different worlds. But his magic
interesting.
was in some way very similar to what we've seen here and what I saw in my vision.
So then, is it possible that that sack of flesh up there was actually alive?
I think it probably was alive. I don't know what would have happened to its skeleton, though. Malakar's skeleton didn't seem to be trying to escape from its flesh.
Well, this gives us another option. T-Hole, hold off on going up there for a moment. And then he's gonna send his illusory double up there again. And then put it right next to. Oh, the walls are blocked.
Yeah, you got to go around.
He's gonna go up right next to it, and you know he can't touch it because you know
Mhm.
illusion, but he can go, "Hey, hey, you, you wake, hey."
Yeah, that does not work. The flesh remains motionless. I guess actually though, Zarius would at least ask you to look as closely as you can to see if there are just like pockmarks or holes or circular tears. And you don't see any at first, but if you start taking like various angles around the body,
Mhm.
you do start to see them.
Okay. Another thing I would look for then, because if this is just ripped open flesh, and if we're assuming that it's alive, I'm gonna look for any signs of circulation, any kind of rhythmic pulse in any of the organs or in the tissue.
So, I mean, the soft organs appear to be there. You notice that they're not so much like blood red as they are purplish. It's a reddish purple, but they seem like they're discolored in some way. The flesh itself is mostly sort of gray rather than a normal flesh tone. There are
Okay.
spots, there are like yellowed spots as well. But it's all still, it's fresh in the sense that it still seems to be mostly liquefied. Like it hasn't dried out the way all the other corpses have.
Would you say more or less than 10 days?
Actually, Zarius himself couldn't make heads or tails of how long it was sitting there. He's wondering if it's not just some magical effect that's holding the flesh together. As the flesh seems, again, because it's sort of potentially related to this curse Malakar had, he's not exactly sure if this stuff is rotting in the normal way, but the flesh seems like it's in worse shape than the blood, but the blood is the wrong color. The organs are discolored. You know, he hasn't seen it himself. He's just asking pointed questions of Clave, and Clave can remember things exactly enough.
So I'm wondering then. Now, if I were to use an action point, could I cast a spell through my illusion?
Yes.
Okay. So before I did that, I would discuss it with everybody else. I'd keep the illusory version of me there, but I would just like secretly walk up my invisible self up by T-Hole and Aurelia, and then be like, "Hey guys,
Whoa.
oh yeah, sorry about that. I'm invisible. I'm kind of in two places at once, sort of. Anyways,
Glass grass kind of gives it away.
yes. Well, I could potentially destroy that corpse to see what might happen.
I don't know. Maybe you want to try to grab it, bring it here. We could always try to reanimate it or resurrect it or reincarnate it. Just spitballing.
You know what? Why don't we try something like that?
Yes, Zarius is not here to stop us.
So
I'm right here.
Oh,
all right, let me just see.
I mean, reincarnate only works within 10 days. by the way,
right.
so-
I know. Yeah. But resurrection.
Well, resurrection only, I think, works within 10 days. True resurrection can work over a couple centuries.
Okay. So
No more than a
and-
century.
and this works because my mislead lasts an hour. So I'm going to ritually cast Unseen Servant and have it, and then send it up there and start having it drag the corpse.
Okay, so it the flesh itself isn't necessarily super light, and Unseen Servant, of course, has a strength of 2. Looking through your illusion's eyes, you also see that the servant isn't able to kind of keep the fluids with the flesh. So a lot of stuff, including organs, are like falling behind. So how do you want your service to like stop when the organs start to fall out and like push them back in? This
Well, I
this
think-
ripped open hunk of flesh is not exactly a like convenient bag anymore for organs.
Yeah. So first of all, just kind of manipulating the flesh, does it seem to have any effect on what's going on?
Well, make me a perception check at disadvantage.
Okay.
Nope.
Okay. So with that, I would send the unseen servant back down to the invisible clave, and then take out a cloth or sack, or maybe even my bedroll.
Mhm.
That's probably not a great choice, but something. Oh, there's a rug right here.
There's a rug.
I'd have it grab the rug and drag the rug up, and then roll it into the rug, and then have it drag it by the rug, maybe.
So this is a very slow process because the strength of 2 with the rug that weighs like 80 pounds. It takes it a while to get it up there. But eventually it is able to drag the body down.
Okay.
Or the flesh.
All right. So then I bring it down, and I'm like, all right, guys. So this is what was there.
Oh, that's gross.
Yeah, super gross.
Yeah. That looks like Malachar, all right. All desiccated and well, this one's not moving.
I don't like where this
And
is
now
going.
that he sees it, Zarya says, "This is Malachar,
What?
or at least he's physically identical to Malachar."
How do you know?
He just looks at you.
Well, then maybe we should resurrect him. Think you could help us?
I think he is beyond my ability to resurrect him.
Interesting. So if this is Malachar, then that means that he must have been the researcher that fled into the astral plane. Or at least that's what Temple 1 thinks.
We still have a portal potentially to the astral plane, but now potentially corrupted by either that whatever curse or plague, or related to the void.
If we take another day, I could prepare a resurrection spell. And if this thing hasn't been dead for more than a century, then I might be able to resurrect him. But I can't do it at the moment.
Well, Temple 1 has been here for 1500 some years.
And I'm not sure Tony will let me spend his diamonds on this. In fact, I'm pretty, now that I think about it, I'm pretty sure Tony would not waste his diamonds on this.
Yeah. But Aurelia's just been itching for reincarnation.
Yeah, but he's been
And-
probably been dead longer than 10 days. So.
Action points and upcasting. Just saying, could be cool.
I'm wondering if this leads back to Malachar's keep.
Well,
Yeah, I'll pass on going back there.
it could also just as easily rip all of the composite pieces of your body apart and send you into an eternal hellscape where you're conscious but unable to do anything but mentally shriek in agony. I mean, so
So,
could do that.
so a slight downgrade from here.
I mean, that sounds like my life anyway. So
Yeah, go lick
I-
it. Go lick it, Teal.
I see no downsides to this. And Teal will start walking closer towards the orb of energy.
Okay, before you do that, I'm going to, I will cast Bless on you and Inspire you.
Um,
And when you reach the top of the stairs, make me a con save.
and since Bless is on 3 people, can you just cast it on all 3 of us?
Yes, I will do that, yeah.
Nice.
Aurelia summons a goat and an owl, and 2 of them get blessed, and then T-hole.
And
So do you want to
Axius's
use an
illusion
action
is
point?
gonna be
I used 2 action points.
Okay, so roll me a
You do have
D100.
you do have inspiration.
Don't waste it
Yeah.
on a 4.
Yeah.
So
the
again,
whatever
you're-
it is it happening once T-hole reaches this top step?
it's not like right as he reaches the top step, but it's as he's moving forward from there.
Okay. Yeah, Axius's illusion is watching all of this too.
So as you move, you can feel in your head, it's almost like a tunnel has opened up before you. You don't see it. It's entirely just a mental impression. You feel as though you are in touch with some sort of being, and that you could, if you wanted to, reach out to them to ask them questions, almost as if you can cast Contact Other Plane once before your next long rest.
This is wild magic. Yes.
I feel enlightened, and T-hole like kind of shakes it off and like continues towards the sphere.
So you make your way around to the sphere, stepping over. There's like a smear of blood now that leads from the green platform down into the lab.
Yeah, I'll be careful to avoid that.
But you see the same thing. The sphere itself feels fouled up even to you, because of the blackness moving within. Like you can almost sense just by looking at it that it really should be a complete color wheel of light. And instead it's just got this darkness in it. You can also see there's there's the skeletons or the desiccated husks of former skeletons lying all around it. And then the one skeleton lying underneath the ball.
Like bending down, Teal's gonna further examine this green stone. Is it something that he recognizes or that a faint memory would trigger?
Make me a history check. No, you don't really remember it. You feel like you've seen this sort of stone somewhere before, but you can't place it. And what's your passive perception?
It is 14.
Okay.
This stone is it seems familiar, but I don't recall exactly where I've seen it before.
Okay. Well,
Teal will step on.
And so make me a perception check. As you step onto the stone, you see the bones in the center underneath the sphere almost seem like they shake a little bit. There's a tremor goes through them, and the skull from it rises up into the air, almost but not quite touching the get to that thing. Not quite touching the sphere itself. And all of you hear an immense howl. Make me a constitution save.
everyone.
No, just T-hole.
A 24.
So you are frightened, unless you're immune to being frightened.
You're frightened with a 24.
Yes, he is frightened with a 24.
I am not immune to being frightened, but I can end it on my next turn.
So you can't approach any closer to this skull, and the skull settles down again back into this nest of bones.
Oh,
T-hole, are you okay?
holy shit. What is that thing?
What thing? We're down here. We didn't see nothing.
Yeah, you heard it though.
Well, Clave did
illusion.
because his illusion. Well,
Did you see that?
would Clave have heard it, or was it like audible, or was it just T-hole?
No, only T-hole was affected by it, but it was immensely loud.
Oh, okay.
Right, right.
So, T-hole, pull yourself together.
He starts breathing. He starts breathing. I can be kind, fierce, and brave all at the same time. I can be kind, fierce, and brave all at the same time.
Good enough,
And-
smart enough, and doggone it, people like me.
And he uses his stillness of mind to end the effect.
Okay. So you are no longer frightened.
I love how the turn order just randomly popped up there. That
Keith
doesn't
is
mean
muted.
anything.
Okay. Baby steps. And he's going to take another step closer.
So let's roll
Yes.
initiative. Everyone can roll initiative. Except Zarius, who's going outside for some of that hot water for some reason.
He needs a bath. It's been a while.
25.2. Oh, hell.
So it's going to go before you, Teal. The skull again, as you fight through the fear, the skull raises up into the air again. And it begins to move in your direction. So it moves up within 10 feet of you, which I'll do in a second. And then you have to make a constitution saving throw for me.
Nice. Is that full?
Well, you can
damage?
probably dodge. It's necrotic. You have your various things.
and made it.
Okay.
So is that this thing?
Yes, it is a normal human-sized skull. So very small on the map.
I thought so. I just had to ask.
That's its turn. Axius, you see this happen through your illusionary eyes.
All right. And then through my real mouth, I'm gonna, well, does Clave know what this is? Does he recognize it as a demi-lich or know anything about it?
Make me an Arcana check. You would know that sometimes liches will reach a state where they sort of forget to absorb the souls they need to stay intact, or they, for some reason, are prevented from absorbing them, and they can decay down into a state like this.
Okay. So I would use my bonus action because I think it takes a bonus action to switch to my invisible self and let Aurelia know T-Hole's in trouble. There's a demi-lich up on the stairs and it's attacking.
Oh,
Oh,
That sucks for T-Hole.
well, obviously it's not that big a deal. Zarius left the room, so.
and
Yeah,
then
and just to explain for Zarius, the door is slammed shut and you hear the locking mechanism re-engage. And Zarius is banging on the outside of them.
Oh, okay. I thought he locked us in here. Screw
He
you
could
guys.
he could be just banging on it to make sure that it's sealed tight.
Yeah, yep, could be.
So let me see. Okay, that seems like a good idea. So then with the rest of my action, I'm going to cast mirror image on myself.
Mhm.
And then can you double my token just so that I can keep track of my invisible self and the illusory self? Cool. So I was over by Aurelia. I probably would have been there. So then I'm going to use the rest of my action to move right there. And then that's my turn.
Okay. Teal.
Teal's going to walk towards this skull.
Mm-hmm.
Is it like floating within striking distance?
Yes.
He's gonna walk up to it and brandish the rot dagger and attempt to jam it into one of its eye sockets.
Second one hit.
All right.
and it's almost as the rot dagger strikes it, you can feel like there is a force pushing against the dagger that weakens the impact of it as you try to stab it in the eye, or where its eye would be.
And I'm going to spend a Kai point to do flurry of blows.
Okay. So those hit. So you have the same sort of effect.
Wait, why would you use a Kai point? Doesn't your astral arms allow you to use your martial arts to take an additional action equivalent?
I can only use rules of reading it raw. I can only use the astral arms in that manner if I attack with the astral arms. So if I attack with the rod dagger, you don't get that.
Okay.
But hold on, let me check something. Yep, I didn't use my arm, so I don't get my extra martial arts die either. So that'll be my turn.
Okay. Aurelia.
So TL went up the stairwell on, I don't know, the left or the right, I guess the left.
Yeah.
Okay. And we can't obviously see this thing because it's behind a wall or something on the second floor.
Right, where Teal is.
But we did hear it.
Yes, it did scream. And Axius did say Teal's being attacked.
I don't know if that would work. So the wall that screw it. I'm just going to try it. I'm going to, let's see, what the hell was I don't think I can make it. I'm guessing that I would ask Clave like whereabouts upstairs they are. And then I would use a double move and go here. Because I'm assuming he would point to like the middle of this room where they're supposed to be upstairs, right?
Well, the stairs are over here.
Right. But
yeah, I would say, yeah, in the center of this spherical protrusion up above.
Okay. All right, that's all I can do.
Let's see. So you again hear the blood curdling howl, and T-hole make me a con save.
Oh boy. I'm not great at con saves. 15.
So you are frightened. But that's all that occurs. And you know, it's going to take the attack of opportunity and back away from you so you can try to stab it again.
Don't mind if I do. As I lash out at it.
It's a hit. And it moves back into the center of the room. This time though, it is inside the glowing ball of magic. And it's Axios's turn.
Okay. Is it still visible?
Yeah, you could barely make it out, but it is in the shadowed part of the sphere.
Mm-hmm. All right, so what I'm gonna do is I'm actually gonna use my action to dimension door right next to my double. Right there.
Okay. Make me a perception check. So as you pass through this portal that you've opened, which you've done a number of times before, you feel almost like your gut tightens up and then twists. And the normal flash of light you would expect hits you with, it is an entirely different experience, as you would normally expect there to be one bright flash. This time you feel just waves of darkness and cold wash over you, but you appeared normally, and you don't seem to be any worse for it. But it's a very different experience this time.
So Clave shudders like, oh, what was that? Oh, and then Clave is going to make a mental note to kind of keep track of that experience and like any notes of interest regarding that. And then yeah, I'm gonna have Clave actually take a couple steps back, probably about there. And then that's my turn. He's still invisible, by the way.
Right.
This one is the visible one. And actually, as a bonus action, I'd probably just have the invisible one move here. And then that's my turn.
Okay, before T-hole goes. So the skull turns and looks at you, Axios.
The illusory me?
The invisible you.
Okay.
Make me a con save.
Right.
So you feel as if it's trying to draw magical energy out of you, but it is unsuccessful.
Claves his sneers. Oh, you son of a bitch.
Now it's
Um,
Teal's turn.
In response, I mean, I know it's not technically my action or anything, but in response, can I just drop the mislead then?
Sure.
T-Hole closes his eyes. My ability to conquer challenges is limitless. My potential to succeed is infinite. My ability to conquer challenges is limitless. My ability to succeed is infinite. And I'm going to use my action to shake off the frightened effect with my daily affirmations. And I'm going to move closer right up to this aura.
Okay.
And I would stick one of my astral arms into it.
Okay. I mean, it can pass through without a problem.
All right. Then that I'm going to leave my turn at that.
All right. Aurelia. You know what? Actually, it is going to do something before you go. Let's see. So it's just T-Hole. Make me a con save. As the corpses around you, you see there's like almost like a little whirlpool of dust is stirred up and begins to fly around you.
I'm going to use my action to activate my Scarab of Minor Protection, which I've been carrying this whole time and I've never used it, which will give me which uses my reaction, but gives me advantage on this con save.
Okay.
Which I'm glad that I did.
So yeah, you're not sure what he was trying to do with it, but it has no effect.
Is this bless set up correctly? It's supposed to roll 1d4, but I think it's just rolled 4 every time.
It seems like it's rolling 1d4 and it just happens to have come up with 4. Try it again. Do another con save. There you go.
All right, there we go. Yeah. Cause like I got like 3 or 4 4s in a row. Like,
Right. And I just wanted you to roll a couple more times to break that. So Aurelia, it's your turn.
So I'm just looking at blackness. Do I see the wall in front of me?
Yes. You may have
Does-
moved your token so close that you can't see it, but you can see the wall in front of you.
Okay. Am I in front of the wall? Because I just see black. So is that the wall?
I'm not sure why you just see black. Let's see. At least on my screen, when I switch to your point of view, you can see the wall in front of you, and that's it.
Yeah,
You can look on the share screen. You are right in front of the
Right.
wall. You're
Okay,
within
that is the
5
wall.
feet of
Okay.
it.
Okay, that's the wall. Okay, I didn't know. Is there like a bookshelf or anything here? It just looks like a plain old wall.
Yeah, it's just a plain old wall. There is a desk over here.
Okay.
Kurt, I don't know if you're intending to share it, but we can see the hit points and armor class.
Oh, okay.
Um, I don't know if this will work, but I'm going to attempt dissonant whispers and like try to go up to the wall and speak and see if it hears me through the wall.
Do you need light of sight?
No,
Oh,
that only one creature of your choice within range can hear.
The range 60 feet.
Yeah.
Can you put up the spell?
I've not. I'm doing it right now. Okay.
So. So we made a save. I mean, you feel like this would have worked. It's just a question of you being loud enough for the sound to reach him.
Okay.
And it's his turn again. So what does he want to do? So T-hole, make me a con save.
All right.
He attempts to drain the life from you. So you could probably absorb some or all of that because it's necrotic damage.
I cannot absorb a necrotic damage. Not with deflect energy.
Oh, okay.
So I take all of it. Yeah, it only acid, cold, fire, lightning, or force.
So he begins to drain energy from you, and you can see life force pouring through the boundary of this sphere and back into the skull. And although there's no flesh, it's almost as if it smiles at you. And it's your turn.
where's
Wait, I
my
think
turn?
I lost your turn somehow.
Oh, I deleted one of my tokens. Probably the wrong token that I deleted.
What was your initiative?
17.
Yeah, so it would be Clave next.
Yeah, it's Clay's turn.
Okay. So all right, so Clave is going to cast Phantasmal Killer as a 5th level spell.
So make me a Arcana check. Okay. Let's see, what is this? So you cast the spell, and you're pretty sure from the feedback that you're feeling that it is almost laughing at you for casting the spell on it.
Okay. In response to that, Clave is going to use an action point. And then he's going to cast Sickening Radiance. Wait, where did it go? Why is it not? No, as an attack. God damn it. Why would you? Okay.
And I would say with that, Clave has learned that these things are immune to psychic damage.
Yeah. Wait, let me see. Where's okay. There we go now. So it's still not doing it right. No, saving throw con.
So it's a con save.
Yeah.
Failed.
Can it be that first damage rolled?
Sure.
And if it's not immune to exhaustion, it takes a level of exhaustion.
You also learn it is immune to exhaustion. Being a skull.
Yeah, I figured as much. So I'm placing the center of it is going to be, yeah, so it'll be right here. So it should keep T-hole out of it. And it's got a 30-foot radius.
Okay, so this is something it takes action on its turn
Oh, okay.
because it's like spirit guardians or anything else like that.
Yeah.
And let's see, what does it want to do? I'm sorry, is your turn done?
Well, it says when it goes into it for the first time. Okay, so if it
Or starts
moves
a turn
into it.
there.
Okay. So yeah, that's my turn.
So before you go, Teal, it will. So let's draw this thing. Can you draw a circle on the board?
Yeah, I can do that. Wait, no, not like that. No, that's not it either. Okay, so
So T-hole, more dust flies up and tries to fly into your eyes. So make me a con save.
I'm going to use my scare of protection as a reaction to give me advantage. $23.
Okay, so you're not blinded. And it's your turn.
I'm going to step into this to get within striking distance of the skull.
So make me a wisdom save. So you're fine.
And I'm going to charge my arms with radiant energy, which would and hammer away at it.
First one hit.
And then I'll use my bonus action to make 2 more attacks.
Those miss, but you get your martial arts die.
That I do. And I'm going to spend a Kai point for the first one that hit to attempt a stunning strike.
Okay. What's that thing?
DC 17. It's a con save. Very nice.
Anything else you're doing?
Nope, that'll be my turn.
Aurelia.
Desk is way too far away. Yeah, that's not gonna work. Because I know this thing is like on the 2nd floor and I'm on the 1st floor, right? Yeah. It's like about there. So I'll take a double move and I'll run all the way over here.
Okay.
Making my way to the stairs.
Okay. Anything else?
Nope.
So it will take its damage from the sickening radiance. And then it's going to move over to here. And it will attempt to drain life from T-hole again. Make me a con save.
You are inspired.
That is true. I this is a good opportunity for that. It's a D10, right?
Yep.
Oh, there you go. You made it. Clave's turn.
Yep. So getting very angry at this thing and how it seems to be mocking us. Clave is going to use his red cowl to attempt to cast lightning bolt at it.
Okay.
So spellcaster check.
So you can cast it.
So now let's.
And it failed its save.
All right, so it's 8d8, right? 8d8 lightning
Yep. No, it's 86 lightning.
or 8d6. Okay. Thirty lightning damage.
So you can see arcs of electricity are moving between the skull and the floor, but it's still hovering.
Okay.
You're a little too far away for it to do that much. Let me see. What does it want to do? It still can't quite get there.
Yeah, so that'll end my turn then.
Okay, so since it really can't reach you this round, it's going to do something to T-hole again. T-hole, make me a con save.
Yeah.
You made it. You can feel it trying to drain the magical energies out of your body or your equipment, but it somehow fails. And it's your turn.
And it's at that exact moment that T-Hole will enforce his will upon this thing. And then martial arts die. And he's gonna attempt another stunning strike.
So you could hear a crack in the skull as you pummel into it, and it continues to hover. What else are you doing?
And I'm gonna attack 2 more times with my bonus action.
First one is a miss. Second one hit.
Does it? I guess from like does it look stunned?
Well,
Or
it's a
was there being
floating skull. I mean, I will say from the way it reacted to your punching it, it was able to dodge pretty effectively when you swung at it.
Oh, okay. And that'll be my turn.
And make me another con save. So more dust flies up into your eye, but you're fine. Aurelia, your turn.
All right, I made it to the top of these steps. That's as far as I can get on a double move. So.
So it's going to move, first of all, 5. So you, Teal, you can make a attack of opportunity as it flies out away a bit.
Don't mind if I do.
And that's a hit. And also make me a con save as it tries to drain the life from you as it flies by.
And I'm going to use. Oh wait, no, that's a wisdom save. Never mind. So yeah, I guess. I guess I just take that damage. But it due to Sentinel feat, it doesn't move, so it tries to get away. But its speed is reduced to 0.
Okay, so then it makes it to about there, because that's where it leaves your reach. So that's its turn. Clave.
I have like 0 spells that can be used effectively. Could I potentially use an action point to change the energy type of a spell?
Sure.
Okay. I'd like to alter the energy type of Phantasmal Killer to fire and be like Mind Fire or something like that. Would that be okay?
Sure.
Okay. So then I will cast that on the thing at 5th level. And then that will end concentration on the sickening radiance.
So it's going to choose to save on that and use its legendary save.
Of course it is. And I can see it's clearly it's coming at me, right?
It was, but then it got smacked by T-hole and stopped moving.
Is it still looking at me though?
Yes, it's still looking in your direction.
Okay. I am gonna move away. I'm going right there.
Okay, so it is going to use one of its legendary actions. Teal, make me a wisdom save. As you can see, a black energy begins to surround the skull and begins to surround your body as well.
Wisdom save. I am going to use
The crown.
the crown to elect to automatically succeed that.
Then you avoid the vile curse.
That was a very good use of the crown.
And it's your turn.
I reach out to it to try to strike it with the rock dagger.
That's it.
And I will spend a Kai point to take flurry of blows to swing at it 2 more times.
Those also hit. And that is it, I think. Yeah. All right, Aurelia.
Let's see here. Get to here. That's my movement. Are those steps?
Yes.
So I'm at the base of the steps. I just see some sort of glowing thing up at the top, right?
Yep.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna do it. I'll take a double move and I'll get to the base of the step. And now I see, oh, it's a floating skull.
Yep. And Teal is standing in the globe. His
Good
feet
luck,
are
Teal.
his feet are sticking out. But the top part of his body's inside the globe.
I would inspire. I think I can inspire him. I don't know how far away from him.
I think it's 60 feet.
Is it 60?
Yeah, it's 60 feet. So you'd have to get a little bit closer actually to inspire him.
Move another 10 feet. I think I have. Yeah, I think I can move right here. Still, I think that reach. That's max movement.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. Good luck, T-hole, I guess. Okay. There you go. You're inspired.
I feel inspired.
Okay. Can't quite do it either way, but it is going to let out its sickening howl again. But it can only hit T-hole with this effect. So T-hole, Constitution save.
Oof.
So do you
Ugh,
have any way
right.
of changing that?
No. I do not.
You are reduced to 0 hit points.
Shit.
Yikes.
So you see T-hole drop, his body falling out of the globe. And he is unconscious. Well, let's see. Sort of equidistant.
I know. Well,
And the demo
you are inspired, but you'd have to roll really high. I know it's not. Maybe that's retconning. But.
Yeah, I would let you do it. But you would have to roll a
A
you'd have
9
to
or
roll
a
like
10.
Yep.
All right, moment of truth.
Oh,
Oh,
my God.
well, well, we tried,
Wow.
but the dice gods decided it wasn't meant to be.
And it begins to float over in the direction of Aurelia. And it's Clave's turn.
Okay. So Clave steps out from the corner. He sees T-hole on the ground and the skull heading towards Aurelia. And he's like, all right. No choice. And he takes out a vial with some kind of black fluid and he smashes it in his hands. And then this shadow begins to run up and down his arms, and he throws his arms at the skull, and the shadows follow and lash out at the skull. So it's a suboptimal energy type considering what we're facing, but I don't have any other options. Well, the fact that it saves means it wasn't immune, so that's good.
Actually, I was humoring you and seeing what effect it had and trying to figure out now how to tell you that it's
But
immune.
it had no effect.
Like if it dodged, I could not worry about it. So yeah, it seems to have no effect as it continues to just fly towards Aurelia.
Okay. Well, I hope it's like vulnerable to daggers. That's all I have. I mean, clearly it can see through illusions because it saw me
Right.
through the mislead. It's immune to necrotic. It's immune to psychic. And so there's only one other possible thing I could try, but I'll have to.
I
wait till
mean,
my
you
next
can
turn.
see it's in very rough shape after being pummeled by T-hole. But you guys have to do the rest of the damage or bring T-hole back. Like this fight would have been way easier if Zarius were here.
No shit. Yeah.
So anything else you're doing?
Mm. Nothing else I can do.
Okay.
I'll move a bit. I'm 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. I'll move a bit closer to T-hole. And that's my turn.
All right. So before Teal makes a death save, it is going to use one of its legendary actions. Aurelia, make me con save.
Fantastic.
You made it. Teal, make me a death save.
Death save. I made it.
So one success. And then Aurelia, make me another con save. You made it. Dust begins to swirl around you from the body you're standing next to, and it starts to go into your eyes, but you're able to avoid being blinded.
Well,
And it's your-
that's nice.
It's your turn.
Yeah. Where is this thing? Is it still in the middle of this?
No,
friggin-
it is right here now. Yeah.
Oh shit. Okay, I didn't see it before. All right.
It's easy to miss.
Yeah, it is. No. Okay. Well, dimension door. I'm out of here. See ya. I saw a T-hole drop.
Good luck.
So
Thanks for the
make me a con save.
Okay. So law of averages says I'm gonna fail one of these.
So as you dimension door out, you feel this sort of sickening feeling, and you almost like you feel something break inside you as you dimension door away, but you do appear where you want to, and you're fine. You just feel a little off.
Okay, I can't move my token. I thought it was part of the effect.
Nope.
You can't move through walls.
Right.
Oh, okay. I
So
keep forgetting
there,
that's an
you can
actual
move your-
wall there.
Move yourself where you want.
Yeah, back down here at the door.
I mean, you could dimension door to the other side of the door too.
Well, I mean, I can cast it again if I have to. You know.
Because right now that door is closed, and you don't hear Zarius banging on it. You're not sure what Zarius is doing.
Finally, peace and quiet.
Yeah.
And meanwhile, Clave is like, I can't believe that bitch just left us.
And so it begins to move over towards Clave. Should see. And so Clave, well, let's see. I guess it will just double move because it can't quite get into range for the one thing it can do. So that's its turn.
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna risk whatever opportunity attack it can make. So I don't know if it has an attack that it wants to make.
Where did you
It
move to?
bites.
Oh, well, I was here, so I just
Right.
moved here.
Okay. Yeah, it doesn't seem to lash out at you when you do that.
Okay. So then I'll continue to move to T-hole, and I will put my hand on him, and we will both attempt to dimension door over by Aurelia. So I assume another con save.
No, you don't have to. T-hole, make me a con save. So
Well, I don't think I have the bless on me anymore because I'm unconscious.
you still may. You would have made it either way. It doesn't really matter. Because it's you're not maintaining concentration on it. Aurelia
Yeah,
is.
it's Aurelia.
But so yeah, you obviously T-hole, you experience nothing because you're still unconscious. But you're able to dimension door away.
Okay.
And you hear there is a click as the door unlocks, and Zarius pulls the door open. Zarius is soaking wet.
Zarius, hurry. T-hole's down.
And he'll cast Spare the Dying to prevent you from dying. What happened?
We encountered a demi-lich. It's at the top of the stairs. Once T-hole went down, Aurelia bolted and I got T-hole out of there. And he kind of glares at Aurelia for just leaving them.
So let's see, what spells does he have? He'll cast this on T-hole. So you gain 70 hit points.
Nice. That's almost walking around hit points.
So don't spend them all in one place next time.
I'll try not to. Oh, thank you, Zarius. I don't know what came over me. I heard a scream and then everything went black. I was winning too. Did you manage to kill it?
No, once you went down, Aurelia bolted and I got you out of there. None of my magic was effective against it.
I can't do anything to it. I had flashbacks of Malakar's Keep. I didn't want to turn into an infant again. Get the hell out of there.
Well, we're here for now. I don't know if it's chasing us or what's going on.
Well, just-
Maybe preparing something else.
I guess Teal will like just look up towards the stairway.
I completely forgot. Aurelia, make me a wisdom save. Roll me a D100.
Ah, crap. Hold on.
So this might have helped. It's fitting that this is what you got. But when you got to the top of the stairs, when you were running back in, this is the effect.
Did I avoid that because I dimension doored in and out?
Yes.
Okay. Well, T-Hole, if you feel ready, or Zarius, if maybe you have some other magic that you might want to cast, such as that Death Ward spell that you used before, we can go back in and finish the thing.
Why do we even want to go back in there? Are there books in there to read? There are plenty of books out here, and I don't see it coming down the stairs for us.
There weren't any books outside.
You've been locked outside. The Demi-Lich is linked to some kind of vortex. It's what's hindering the teleportation circles and whatever we need to be able to address this curse or disease, or if we are going to fix the teleportation circles, we need to deal with that creature.
I thought we weren't going to bother fixing the teleportation circles.
We may not have a choice if there's no other way out. We still need to know our options. But now that thing knows we're here and we don't know how it's going to react, it may be able to create those golems, or it may have other things that it can bring to bear against us.
Then maybe we should just go up and blast our way through the door. And if we have to fight the Temple One on the way out, so be it.
We're still potentially exposed to this plague or curse.
I almost had it, Zarius. I gotta finish the job. As I take my level of exhaustion.
Right.
I don't know why,
you would
but I'm
think-
now.
Oh, there it is. I was going to say, you would think Zarius would have his spells in alphabetical order, but you would be wrong.
I don't know why, but with T-Hole, I'm imagining Randy from South Park all beat up, being like, I ain't hear no bell.
Yeah. Pretty much. Look, there's this link between this thing. This thing has soured the teleportation circle. It's souring the energy source. Not only that, there seems to be some link with Malakar's keep. And we might have found Malakar.
Well,
But he
maybe.
knows that. He's the one that said it. He wasn't outside the whole time.
Right. Right. We may have found Malakar, or maybe we found like our world's version of Malakar, or something like that. But I don't know that there's any significance in our having found Malakar. Like, if you want to go in and fight it again, I can cast Death Ward on you. But I'm not exactly sure that this is going to be a fruitful combat.
If that thing is there and we need to examine the energies, we're going to need to deal with that thing at some point. Yes, we may be able to blast our way out and deal with Temple 1, but still, we're here, we're potentially infected. We need to get as much information as we can, and that thing is standing in our way.
So he cast Death Ward on the three of you.
We each get one? Nice.
Yep.
I thought he was gonna be stingy and just give it to T-Hole because he's the only one that's competent in this fight.
Well, since he doesn't see the fruitfulness of this fight, Zarius isn't going back in. So, and
yeah.
there's no rare material components are needed. So that would have changed. That would have changed how many times he was willing to cast it. But so how beat up is everyone?
I'm at full health.
Right, you didn't get hit.
T-Hole's at 70 hit points.
Out of what's your maximum?
130. He's down 60. So you're like a little above half.
Damn it, I should have done this first. So you get 27 more. But if you had done it first, you would have gotten max hit points from that.
I'm feeling better.
And he'll cast this on T-Hole. You have 10 minutes.
All right. T-Hole, I've seen you use teleportation before. Are you able to go, or do you need me to bring you?
I can manage. And T-Hole's gonna summon his arms because they presumably summon his arms of Visage down to 5 Kai points. And then he just like goes, like he's on a mission, and he just runs. So you see T-Hole run this direction, and then he, like, as he's running, he lifts up his cape anime style and like flourishes it and then disappears. And he's gonna jump and he's gonna drop back up to about here as he goes teleports to the top.
Okay. As you teleport, make me a con save.
Probably don't
So
have bless anymore.
so
Wait, your
as
bless
you
is gone?
Yeah, it's like a minute.
teleport, you've used this effect a lot, and you have a similar experience to what Clave did, where you normally expect a bright flash, and this time you got a sickening feeling in your gut, and there's a very dark flash that washes over you. And when you reappear, you're right where you expected to be, but you feel slightly off. And the skull seems to have nestled itself back onto its skeleton and is on the ground. In fact, we could roll initiative again. So Aurelia is staying outside.
Oh, I'm still inside.
So the skull rises up. Nothing actually, it rises up into the air. It doesn't move from where it is. And it howls again. So make me a con save. You made it. So you are not reduced to 0 hit points this time. Congratulations. Aurelia.
I can't do jack shit against this guy.
Don't you have Eldritch Blast?
Yeah.
That's a hell of a lot more than I have.
Yeah, but you know, I really don't want to take any damage right now.
That's true.
Okay, I've never used this spell. If the casting time is 10 minutes. For an action point, can I make it an action, or is that not reasonable?
Which spell?
Planar ally.
So I would let you cast it as an action, but you do have to negotiate with the planar ally.
Yeah, see, that's the part that makes me nervous because I have no idea. Like, I don't need to like summon something where I'm gonna have fighting too.
Well, it is, you wouldn't summon it and have to fight it, but you would have to like offer it something for whatever service you wanted to perform. And so that requires some like back and forth. So it's not really an in combat kind of spell.
Yeah, it's more like beforehand.
Right.
Okay.
I can only imagine what kind of twisted ways T-Hole would use a spell like that.
Just pay he would just like bribe a planar ally to go torment his ex-wife. He'd just keep doing it too, like every day while he's traveling.
Clave is right there, right?
Yeah, I'm pretty close to you.
Are you gonna go up there and fight him?
Well, I'm planning on running up there and, you know, supporting him how I can. I was planning to go over there and just use the help action. Since Best thing I can do right now.
Did Zarius cast Death Ward on you?
Yeah, and each of us
Okay.
got it too.
You and T-Hole?
And you and Aurelia.
Oh. Oh, okay. Well, I guess I don't need to cast it on myself then. Are you gonna dimension door over there?
I don't have the spell slots.
Who's in range? No, T-Hole's not within range anymore. Damn it. All right, Clave, let's go. Dimension door. Unless you're not willing.
I'm willing.
Let's see here. What? That's right. Can't go through walls. Yeah, we're not getting that close because it's kind of scary. All right, right there. There we go. That's close enough.
Both of you have that same sort of feeling of being hit with a sickening radiance. It's of a different sort.
Yeah.
Anything else you're doing?
Good luck, Clave, and Inspire. Better you than me.
The demi-lich's skull floating in the air turns to look at the body that's next to T-Hole, and dust begins to swirl up from it. T-Hole, make me a con save. This time it hits you in the eye and you are blinded.
It gets in his mouth or something.
All right.
And it's Axios's turn.
Okay.
Damn, I
So
inspired the wrong guy.
5, 10, 15. Is the skull still here?
Yes, move back into the center of the room.
Okay. I'm going to hold my action until after T-Hole goes, and then I'm going to cast a spell immediately after T-Hole finishes his action.
Okay. So before T-Hole goes, it is going to fly to the edge over to here. But moving generally in Aurelia and Axios's direction. That's as far as it gets. And it's T-Hole's turn.
Let's see, Teal's blinded.
Yep.
T-Hole's blinded.
Yep.
Yeah.
Let's see. Refresh on the blinded condition. Okay. So T-Hole would know probably which way the creature was.
Yep.
But he wouldn't be one to be really be keen on entering the sphere with not being able to see. So I think what he's gonna do is he's gonna move. Actually, he's just gonna stay right where he is at. He's not gonna go anywhere. And I'm gonna take the defense action.
Okay.
And that's gonna be my turn.
So if I'd just point out, in case you were unaware of it, you don't have to see your target to use your seeker darts. So technically you could have also used those.
Oh, I forgot about those.
So if you want to do that instead of dodging, that's fine.
Yeah. I'll do that. Mine as
I mean,
well. So
technically those will even like go around corners if need be. The target just has to be within 120 feet.
yeah, I forgot about the secret darts.
I forget what save they are. Dexterity.
A deck save.
So he made his deck save anyway.
All right. And that's my turn.
All right, so once T-Hole finishes that, Clave's gonna take another shot in the dark and cast Hypnotic Pattern. But I bet it's immune to charm.
It is.
Yep. So then, yeah, that's all I can do then.
It will move here. It is going to double move and get to here next to Aurelia. That's its turn. Aurelia.
Peter stepped out.
So we'll come back to him, to her. Axios.
Axios is going to do something that he never thought he would need to do.
Oh, Teal, sorry, I forgot to mention, you're no longer blinded. At the end of its turn, you were finally able to clear your sight.
Nice.
Yeah. Axis is gonna go right here. And then he's gonna hit him with a dagger.
That hits. Is it a magical dagger?
It is not.
So it doesn't seem to do anything to it.
Wow. This thing was like specially built to make Clave absolutely useless.
Well, Demi-Liches have an impressive list of immunities and resistances. They're immune to non-magical weapons and resistant to magical weapons.
Yep. So that's my turn.
Peter's not back yet, so uh make me a Constitution save, Axius, and Aurelia will have to when she gets back. So your maximum hit points are reduced by 10. Oh, I'm sorry, it's not 10, it's actually 3d6. 16.
Okay. So now, so that's then 62. Okay.
And that's its legendary action. Teal, it's your turn.
Teal's going to run in the direction of a lich, which is 50 feet, would be here. Let's see. 50 feet is movement. It's well, I'll have to use a Kai point to do step of the wind to make it the extra little bit that I need. Not that. And I'm going to so I'm just going to hit it with my arms.
Okay. Those are both misses.
And that's
it.
That's it.
Your bonus action used to move to dash.
Yeah. Actually, I'm going to use the rest of my movement to jump back away to get out of range of this thing. I'm not sure what its range is, but I'm going to take some distance. All right, now I'm done.
Okay. So, right, let's see. So it moves over, staring at Axius, and Aurelia, Axius, and T-Hole can all make me Constitution saves. as it howls at you. T-hole made it,
One
Clave
hit
did not.
point.
So yes, you are reduced to 1 hit point from the death ward. And Aurelia has to make 2 con saves when she gets back.
Am I also frightened?
Uh,
Not that it matters.
yeah, I'll say no. You really should be though.
Yeah, Clave is definitely reconsidering his argument to come and finish this thing off. But you know, the player in me wanted the XP.
So Aurelia is still not here. So Axius, it's your turn.
I'm gonna use the help action for T-hole's next attack.
So I just have to say, in my head, oh, Aurelia, you have to make 2 con saves. First one is
Okay.
for one of its legendary actions.
Oh,
So do that one first. So are you doing anything to change the result?
no.
Okay, so your maximum hit points are reduced by 16.
Okay.
Oh, wait a minute. I forgot I have an inspiration. So I'm gonna use that. If it's not too late.
Nope, you can use it. That's more than enough.
Nice. So I am frightened.
Yes, now you're for some reason more frightened than in the alternate reality where you died, nearly died. So make me a second con save, Aurelia. Okay, you made it. So you are also frightened, Aurelia. But now I have to say, Axius, assuming you're still helping, in my head, I just imagine you just reaching out and grabbing the skull and just holding it steady.
Yeah.
But it's going to use one of its legendary actions since you're grabbing onto it. Teal, make me a con save as he tries to blind you again, shooting dust into your eye. So you have advantage from the help and disadvantage from being blinded. And it's your turn. But you think you know where it is.
T-hole over here. I got it for you.
I pull out one of my satchel of seeker darts and say, "Seek and fly true."
So he made a save.
Let's see. And does the help action only affect one? The first.
It affects the first attack.
Right,
Okay.
but not necessarily things that require saving throws.
Right. Because given that I took the attack action, what I was thinking was I could, since I'm still in not in range of anything. If I could move forward towards Axios's voice and swing like wherever he's telling me to swing with my arms.
I'll allow it. So it's normal. It's neither advantage nor disadvantage because you're swinging blind. The first one, both of those hit.
And they would be radiant.
Yep. Anything else?
Let's see. No.
So all three of you make me con saves.
Oof.
As this thing tries to drain the life from you. And you can see the cracks mend along the mandible of the skull. Although it's still looking kind of rough. That's its turn.
Oh, it just gained 66 hit points. Awesome.
Aurelia, it's your turn.
Aurelia's got 3 turns total to catch up, doesn't she?
That's true.
I guess it's moved like right next to us now.
Right.
Yeah.
It's within 10 feet of you.
This is like, no idea if this shit's gonna work. I cast Shatter on it.
Ooh.
Made it. So it takes half damage.
Well, oh, inorganic.
Hmm.
So you do hear a little bit of a crack as this boom goes off around it. Axios is able to let go just in time.
Damn, I totally forgot. I took damage, right?
Yes,
From
you
that
did.
Stupid. I have no idea. Again, I don't know if any of this shit's gonna work. Hold on one second. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna use my reaction after I took that damage. Never remember to use this shit. And I try to hit it with void fire.
It failed. So you have 2 more turns.
Try. Shatter again.
Made it that time. So half damage again.
Can't cast that.
So what else are you doing?
Um, well, yeah, everybody's right there. I'm gonna cast. Okay. All right, I'm gonna cast Beacon of Hope. Everybody within 30 feet has advantage on wisdom saves and death saves and regains maximum HP from healing.
Nice.
Anything else you're doing? You're gonna inspire people
Yeah, I'll inspire people.
because you have like 2 reactions or 3 reactions to use as well.
Yeah, I'll inspire people.
Nice.
Beacon of Hope is. Third level. All right.
Okay, and then after one of those turns, everybody make me a con save. No, I'm sorry, everybody make me a wisdom save and you have advantage on it.
No.
So you only needed 15, but T-hole failed.
You are inspired. I
I'm
don't know
gonna
if that
use.
counts.
I am gonna use that inspiration. Didn't help.
The only thing you could have rolled.
Yeah.
Now you had an 11, so I guess you needed like a 4.
Oof.
Well, he has advantage.
Yeah, I
you're
had
right.
advantage. So, but yeah, only thing I could have rolled.
So now the only one that can, well, really can hit him. I can't.
So it's Axios's turn.
I'm just gonna continue using the help action.
Okay. So it's T-hole's turn.
Let's see. I've got disadvantage on attack rolls and saving throws. So
Well, you have a normal, you have your first attack will be normal, at least.
yeah, it's true. So I'm gonna hit it with the rot dagger. Cool. Then swipe at it again, which is at disadvantage. Justin.
So those both miss.
And I'll spend a Kai point to do flurry of blows.
Okay. Second one hit.
There we go. There's something. And I'm going to attempt to repeat that saving throw.
Right.
It was a wisdom saving throw.
Yep. And you still have advantage. So yeah, you shake off the curse.
Nice.
And everybody make me a con save.
This is a test of attrition. That's all it says. This is who's gonna wear down first.
Yeah, except that it's better at this than you. Because when it hits you, it gains that amount of life. So you are now staring into the eyeless sockets of an almost pristine skull.
I think we should cut our losses.
And it's Aurelia's turn.
Oh, boy. Oh, wait, I just took damage. Shit, use my reaction. Here we go. I'll hit it with some more fire.
Failed.
We'll try shatter again.
Failed that time.
I'll move here.
And now it's only up 40.
All right.
And what does it want to do? Everybody make me a con save.
I'm rolling like
So
such
Aurelia,
shit tonight.
Aurelia made it. Everyone else, it's 3d6. That automated. Everyone else loses 12 from their maximum hit points. Axios and Teal. And it's
All right.
Axios's turn.
Does this energy drain only come back after greater restoration?
Yes.
Oh, wow.
Does the do your hit points reduce with that as well, or is it just
If-
the max?
You don't lose 10, but if you have more than your max, you lose the excess.
Yeah.
Oh shit! I gotta make I gotta make a concentration check.
Did you take damage?
Yeah, for the necrotic damage that time.
Oh, right. You made it.
No, you didn't take damage from the energy drain earlier. You made the save.
No, it's earlier than that. The one where he got
Oh.
like 90 hit points back. That time.
Mm.
So are you in the help action?
Oh, it's my turn now.
Yep.
Are we fighting this thing or are we running? Because I have 10 hit points left.
We should cut our losses.
Yeah. So I'm disengaging and I'm running. Oh, why is it doing that? Wow, I don't know what's happening with the thing. Every time I try to move my token, it's moving me around the map. Like it's moving the. That's weird.
Legendary action.
It's like trying. Oh, yeah, it's like panning as I'm trying to move my token.
Is your select tool on pan?
No,
Huh.
that's really strange.
Where are you trying to move to?
All right, so I was here. So 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. So like right around here.
Okay, so make me a con save as you cross the threshold.
Yeah, another save I get to fail tonight.
And now roll me a D100. Let's see. So as you cross the threshold, you are stunned. As power word stun.
How long does it last?
Let me see.
24 hours.
You get to make a constitution saving throw at the end of each of your turns. And the DC is 15. So now it gets to use another legendary action. It doesn't have that many points left though. So it is going to try to blind T-hole again. Oh, T-hole and Aurelia, I guess.
It can try and succeed.
So Aurelia, make me a con save. So you're both blinded.
Huh.
And it's T-hole's turn.
Teal's just gonna run past it. He's blind, but he's gonna try to go through it and run past down the stairs. Let's see, how far can he make it? 30. I'd say that he'd probably use a Kai point to do Step of the Wind. Actually, he wouldn't need to. He could just use his action to move.
So make me 2 perception checks as you are running past your fellow people blindly. I'll say that's enough. So you become aware as you're moving that you're moving past Aurelia and Clave. But yeah, your perception check wasn't high enough. I don't think you realize Clave is stunned.
$40. So yeah, he'd get down to the bottom of the stairs here. And that's his turn.
So you were just going to single move?
No, I double moved.
Okay.
Because it was like 80 or 90 feet to get here.
So it is going to fly this way, and then seeing that Clave is there, it is going to veer down here, and it releases a towel. So Aurelia and Clave both make me Constitution saves.
Can't roll
Wow.
above a 10.
Wow, that's awesome.
Well, I still have 1 hit point at least.
I've got an action point. I'll roll again.
You
Wow, that's
said
better.
death ward on you, right?
Yeah, I still have Death Ward.
But Aurelia, didn't you have death ward on you?
Yeah, but I don't want to be at 1 hit point.
Okay.
Nice.
So that's the Demi-Lich's turn. And it's Aurelia's turn.
And I'm blind.
Now, at the end of its turn, your vision cleared.
Oh, okay.
So you and T-Hole can see now.
Okay. Let's see here. Yeah, right about there. Let's try. Big, go home. Thunder wave.
Failed.
Nice.
What else are you doing?
Let's see. Move. Can't get to like right there. So what happened to him? Did he run into the wall?
He just floated down to get in between you and Axius.
Right, but when I hit him with a thunder wave, he failed. He gets pushed back.
Right. Yeah, he got pushed back into the wall.
Okay.
So Axius and Aurelia make me Constitution saves.
Record.
Holy cow, I passed one.
Both of you did. And it's Clave's turn. I'm sorry, it's Aurelia's turn, I guess. Or did you
Aurelia just went.
Right,
Yeah, I just
so
went.
Clave's turn.
Alright. And I'm still stunned.
Is it going to use its legendary action to move? So you can no longer see where it is. It just flies back around the corner. You don't see where it went exactly. T-hole.
Teal is no longer blind. He turns around. Can he see? Can he see Axius's condition?
Yeah, you can see that he is sort of standing open mouth on the stairs, looking stunned.
Teal's gonna turn around. Let's see how much movement. It's 20 feet. He's gonna turn around and attempt to pick him up. With his arms. He's kind of like pulls him over. And we'll use that to carry Axius down. Does Aurelia look stunned?
Mm-mm.
No, she's not stunned.
Let's get out of here. Let's get back to Zarius.
Do you ever see Elfen Lead?
No.
It's
No.
it's an anime from a while back, but it's about these mutant people, mostly like young women. I mean, mostly young women because like 1 year these mutants just started appearing, these mutations in babies. So they all have these little like bone things that really are just cat ears, but they also have these telekinetic arms that are extremely vicious. Like they can use them to slice off limbs or pick things up. That is sort of what I'm picturing here. So you're carrying what's the strength of your astral arms?
When I have them active, I can use wisdom, my wisdom modifier, in place of strength. So my wisdom modifier is 4.
Okay.
So I assume I kind of making the leap that
Right. I'm not sure
I
if you
can-
would be able to like pick up like Zarius and still run full speed, but I'll say you can pick up Clave.
yeah. I'd probably just drag Zarius. So yeah,
you move.
I don't
you
think
move back
Clave is
down the
that
stairs.
heavy.
Yeah, that's what I figure.
Uh,
I mean, but Zarius is like several hundred pounds, and then his armor.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'd move us have 30 feet to get back here, and then double movement would get us about here.
Okay. So let's do that. Aurelia, what are you doing?
So I don't see it anymore.
No.
Uh, 5, 10. Do I see it now as I move back up here?
Nope.
Okay. Yeah, I'll move back.
So as you cross the threshold, make me a con save. Actually, never mind. You're still under the effect of that other thing where you could cast
Yeah.
shield at will.
Right. Okay.
So we're out of rounds at this point. It doesn't seem like it's chasing you. And you make it back to Zarius, who is he's pulled a chair over and he's leaning back and he's got his feet up on another chair and his arms are behind his head as he says, "Told you, shouldn't have done it."
Well, it seemed like a good idea at the time. But I wouldn't, I don't suppose you could do anything to help Clave no longer be stunned.
You guys ever
Uh,
see the movie Overboard with Goldie Hawn and Kurt Russell?
Yes.
Long time ago.
I feel like I'm Goldie Hawn when she's just absolutely overworked. She's just like blank eye, just ba 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 ba.
But
Ooh.
if not, we can at least camp out and rest, and the effects should wear off eventually. Hopefully. I'm no doctor.
Yeah. So
your
Zarius will,
job.
right. Zarius will lean over Clave and then bring his hands together and slap Clave and say, "Snap out of it."
I was
I don't know.
completely useless in that fight. Completely useless. There was not one thing I could do against it. I was
It's not your fault.
powerless.
Well, it's undead, so maybe you need an arsenal of spells that are more focused on undead.
Yes. Well, maybe next time. We do have to go back up there at some point, maybe. If you're feeling up to it. I at least would like to recover the seeker darts. As a
So Clave, he gets really angry. And he actually his anger seems to have a strange effect on his form. And his skin actually seems like it kind of is bubbling. And even his garments seem like they're the magic of their appearance seems to kind of steam. Because you guys have realized by this point, not only is he able to change his shape and everything, but his clothes also respond to his changing. And he begins immediately and with great purpose looking through all the tomes. And he's muttering things to himself. They're barely audible, but he's saying, like, some of the things that he seems to be saying are like, "I'm never gonna feel powerless again. I've worked my entire life to avoid that," and just kind of muttering. So he's going to be like searching through all the books and tomes now.
I just now figured out why, like certain things I'm looking for on Zaraz's character sheet. I realize they're not here because he's using D&D Beyond. And I'm like, wait a minute, why does he
Oh.
have splint mail and like a bunch of old equipment that I know he got rid of?
Yeah, that makes sense.
So I'm not sure what he has in terms of like diamonds or ability to cast greater restoration.
Well, I wouldn't feel comfortable having him cast that unless Tony was actually here.
Yeah, it's all right. Well, Aurelia, should we pull up a chair? Just sit for a bit.
I think we're gonna be here for a while, apparently. We should probably clean up.
Yeah. Yeah. We should clean up, and it's a good point. We could move some of these desks around, maybe drag some of these bodies into the corner. See if there's anything that Clave is overlooking on it's on the desks. And then regroup.
So Clave, give me an investigation check.
Okay. And FYI, at this point, not only is Clave looking for the information that he described looking for to begin with, but now he's very focused on magic, specifically if there's any spells here that he can add into his spell book. Or things that would help him in his own magical research.
So at least in your sort of initial pass through all of the books, it seems as if the stuff that is on the tables is probably more useful for investigating the plague, as it seems like maybe that's what they were researching. So some of the books, it doesn't seem as though there's that many books that are medical in nature or related to healing magic at all left on the shelves. Most of the books on the shelves seem to be in the nature of technical manuals about specific ways in which the power systems within the mountain interact with the power core here, and how the power is supposed to flow through the mountain. It is incredibly complicated, and you can sort of understand that things don't flow in a linear fashion. You've got to sort of power things up section by section in order to get the magic to go where you need it to go. And unfortunately, with the defiled power source, you probably can't do any of that. But you do see that there is a lot of information here about how the power source was created, and probably enough information here, if you take time to read through it, to either sort of restart the flow of magic into that sphere, or possibly just repair whatever it is that's fouling it. But you imagine it's probably going to take about 10 to 20 hours of reading. You also do find there are a couple spell books here, or at least interspersed amongst other things, there are spells. and I can get you a list of that stuff.
Okay. So the yeah, he's really interested in the spells, but I mean, we just woke up, so we got nothing but time to kill.
Right. So you begin reading that stuff. Roll me a d20. So you, after starting it up, you realize it is probably going to take you about 12 hours of reading to understand how to fix the power supply, if that's what you're going for.
Are there other things, other possible things other than fixing it?
I mean, anything you were trying to do with the power source, that's what it would take you. If you're trying to learn more about the plague, then you would have to look at different sources here in the room.
Okay. Yeah, I think I would focus on that and let Zarius worry about the plague, since that's his cup of tea.
Does Zarius read? Zarius, do you read?
Of course I read. Writing was first invented by my people. Your people merely copied it.
I had no idea. Perfect.
So you begin to do your reading. Zarius is looking at the materials on the tables. And that's where we can wrap it up tonight. The funny thing is, you had so close to had it beat until it dropped T-hole that first time.
Yeah.
It was like one round of T-hole punching it away from destruction.
Yeah.
And then it got super lucky that you guys all grouped up. And at that point, I was like, uh-oh. Because, like you said, it was getting like 90 hit points back one round.
Yeah. Yeah, that was tough.
Yeah.
And you can also gather from having re-engaged it again that probably it being in that field is allowing it to heal, because it was not like it was significantly healed, but not completely healed when you faced it the second time.
Yeah, and we weren't. Well, I guess we were too.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was
Yeah, that was
an
tough.
interesting fight. Yeah, con saves are tough. We've got stuff for wisdom saves, got stuff for my con saves are not very good. So
I felt like I couldn't roll above a 10 for most of that session, except the dagger that I used to hit it.
Right. I did feel bad. So some of those things I felt a little bad for Clave in particular, because Clave's like, I'm gonna hit it with necrotic energy. And I was like, oh. that was after I'm gonna hit it with Phantasmal Killer, psychic damage.
Yeah.
And then you're like, can I use an action point to make that fire damage? And I was like, yes, you can. And then it made it save.
Yeah.
Or no, I'm sorry, it didn't make it save, but I was like, come on, I can't not spend the legendary resistance to make that.
Yeah, no, that made sense. It was just it was one of those things where it was like it just went down the list. Okay, it clearly can see through illusions. Okay, now it's immune to psychic. Okay, so definitely confirmed it's immune to necrotic. Oh, it's immune to charm.
And it's immune to being stunned.
So yeah, I had no tools to use. because the only spell that I had that could do damage to it was too big to just let go without it just hitting everybody, and so I was able to easily just leave it. So yeah.
So whether Clave and Zarius may or may not be aware of this already, but everyone probably would have figured out that although it was certainly a wizard or something similar in life, it wasn't really casting spells at you. So that must not be what demi-liches do.
Yeah, it was more about absorbing, cursing, and blinding. So, yeah.
And so
was-
as Arius is doing his research, I will say at some point he says, "Oh shit." And then he looks at the three of you, looks back down.
What is it?
Well, if this is right, I think in order to get the plague, you have to pass between dimensions or teleport. So on the plus side, I think I'm fine.
So then is it not contagious?
At least from what it says here, it says the people who pick it up have to pass through a field that's created in the space where teleportation magic is altering the fabric of reality. The space you're passing through that's between the normal space and the destination that you're going to. I don't know that much about teleportation magic, I'll be honest. But I suspect all three of you now are at least carriers. And so people who are even teleporting in the vicinity of you will be at risk of catching this disease.
Well, that is deeply unsettling because now if we do restore this network of teleportation circles, we risk spreading it all over, as I'm sure people will want to be using them once they're back to functioning. So this may be, in fact, Temple One's plan to further spread whatever plague there is. And then that might explain why Temple One hasn't been able to do these repairs himself, because something that Calum Noss had done prevented him from doing so himself.
So are you saying that like if we teleport near somebody, they could get it?
No, I'm saying that you are essentially like a beacon. And if somebody teleports and they either start or end anywhere near you guys, they will probably get it. You probably already have it, as it seems as if it's highly effective against people teleporting.
I suppose then we can't use the teleportation circles together. Otherwise, you're
Well, we
going to get it.
Well, it does suggest that the teleportation circles were what originally allowed it to spread around amongst the Itarans, because they were using those teleportation circles all the time. And once one of them had it, it slowly was beginning to spread every time somebody teleported or misty stepped or dimension doored anywhere near them, until eventually almost all of them had it. And it does seem as though the progression of the disease is sort of similar to what happened to Malachar. So eventually you become a disabled horror.
Well, that's assuming that the world survives, so that's what we have to look forward to.
So, Clave's jaw clenches and his form kind of shimmers and distorts once more. And he goes back to his research, not to fix the teleportation circles, but to destroy them completely.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it doesn't say what happens to shapeshifters. Maybe you won't be debilitated by it if you could just keep changing forms into something that's not debilitated. I don't know. More research. And he sits
Yes.
back down and continues reading. They refer to it as the astral plague, as they think they picked it up on the astral plane in the first place. So yeah, basically space AIDS.
Great.
So that's where we'll stop for this week.